Hey folks, good morning. Audio good, Jelly, yeah? Audio good. Okay. Morning folks, hope you're well. Sunday, you woken up yet? Mind you, I say you've woken up yet. What about all the folks who are just about to go to bed? Wherever they are in, Auckland, nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Los Angeles, it's, well, blimey, O'Reilly, it's just about morning time. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Calgary, 3 o'clock in the morning. Gonna keep it short, folks, because we have the first of the heavies that are coming out now with this Virgin Atlantic A330, which we will talk about what we saw on the show the other day with the Legacies. Bridgetown she's bound for. Lots of stuff going on, a lot of action, lots of chat. Get involved. If you're a new member, welcome, hello, I hope you're doing well. And we're going to be here through till around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've got a special arrival, although it's on the other runway. We've got a special arrival with a captain who's flying his very last mission with British Airways in from Texas, in from Austin, Texas. We'll probably catch a little glimpse of him, but that's all we're going to get, unfortunately. Anyway, let's get on with this A330 to kick the show off. And behind it, Air Canada looks like a Dreamliner, and that would have been a 767 back in the old days, wouldn't it? Look at this shot. There's enough moisture up there. Still a little bit chilly up there. I can't really see because I've got quite a glary monitor. Oh yeah, there's the winglets. Yeah! We're the beginning of the vortex season, folks. What I need is a bit of cloud coverage, which I'm not going to get really. Wow, just... it floated up then, didn't it? Yeah, get that on your big TV screen. Very derated, man. Swinging back, a row of heavies. Tokyo bound Japan Airlines 787-800. $5 a.m. in Atlanta, Georgia. Good morning, Atlanta. Where we have been, of course, and where the golf is on right now. Sorry, sorry. Oh, he's on finals, is he? Am I going to get him? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's on the 350. Captain Mike Barnes, his final flight. Wow, imagine what is going through that guy's mind right now, just everything, the emotions. Oh, wow. Captain Mike Barnes, the whole community wishing you all the very best in your retirement. Have a happy retirement, my friend. That's it, innit? Oh, he was due in earlier, was he? We do have a bit of fluffage. Oh, yes, we do. Climbing up through those moisture layers. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Graceful. It is really a sort of you know, either or situation. Like, you're either, thank God for that, it's over, I can now go and enjoy my life, or it's like, oh, what am I going to do tomorrow when I well, they're used to sort of like, you know, having that break anyway, so it's kind of like, just so long as the bottom line is, whenever you are so-called on paper retired, don't retire your mind. Keep your mind active. Keep doing lots and lots of interesting things. You know, getting involved with, you know, whatever it is that you get involved with. I mean, some pilots may continue on in to do stuff in the aviation sector in some ways from a hobby perspective. This looks like a 764. It certainly is. Look at those big, long rake wingtips. Whoa! Levelled out a bit quick there, didn't he? Is that a weekday or a Sunday? Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, obviously it depends on, you know, runway winds and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll have a go. We'll certainly have a go. I can track him for a little bit further. My mate Richard came back from. Oh look! I don't suppose that's the Neo that was on the Legacy stream, was it? Wouldn't that be a coincidence? Yeah, my mate came back from Portugal the other day, and I said, "How'd you get on then?" He said, "Oh, it was a bit like Groundhog Day. You know, wake up in the morning, go down to the pool, have breakfast, go to the beach, come back, have something to eat, go to bed, wake up in the morning, go down to the pool." It's just like, did you go out and do anything then, Richo? No, not really. Go on, son! Yeah! Mind you, he's given me one of the worst bleeding earworms that I've had in a long time. Because he said, "I'll tell you what, one thing I did enjoy was the pina colada. Do you like pina colada?" I was like, "Oh my God, here we go. If you like pina colada, do, getting cold in the rain, to boot it, do, forget it, do it at the radar." Yeah, so that's my earworm. Has been. I'm trying desperately to, get rid of it, but I just can't get rid of it, man. Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Come on, son. Let's grab you. There she is there. Did it do after midnight. Big one just went over the top of me, didn't he? ASL. It's in the game. Well, I'm sure there'll be more. Got Hi Cirrus. What's that? I know. Okay. Morning, folks. Let me just put this. I never get the words right. Come on. Yes, sorry folks, if I've now given 2,400 people an earworm, my apologies. Diane 78, at work, off again. Good day to you, Diane. Good morning, Kevin Carter, Captain Burnett. Morning, everyone. Hope you are all fine. All in fine fettle. Margaret Burnett. Good day to you, Darren Hadley, Helen Clapp, Stephen Stevens, Rab H Island Life, Neil Quinn. Just watch the top 10 of aviation channels on YouTube. Yeah, we had absolutely no idea that guy or whoever it is that has created that top 10 of aviation channels had no idea that he was doing it. Whether he did it through his own voting system or whether he did indeed go out and do a bit of research or whatever it is. But either way, whomever put us at the top of the tree, we really do appreciate it and thank you so much. After all, to be honest with you, we do work very, very hard at everything we do and have done literally since day one. I'm a grafter at the end of the day. Jill is a grafter. Work great as a team. We, it's non-stop. My mate Jono, who I was with playing golf the other day, he said, when we were sitting there, he said, "You never stop, do you, Jerry?" I'm like, "Well, mate, you've got to stay up to date with everything, and you've got to sort of like, when you've got thousands of people who rely on you every week to do really cool stuff, you need to stay fresh, and that means going overseas. That means, using the money that the folks, their members give you, well, not give us, but donate or as shareholders, their capital needs to be put to use, and that's what we do, and it's very humbling. I mean, we looked at the figures the other day in terms of how much revenue the company has earned since the figures began. Yeah, I mean, it was quite a lot of money. However, what we've got left is very small in terms of what we've got in the tax account to cover all the taxes and so on and so forth. It's very small indeed, which goes to show that we just put everything towards the business and entertaining our members. This is interesting. What's this going out? This is unmarked, is it? What's that? Let's just have a look. Yeah, Marathon Airlines. Oh, we have, because we said it should be Snickers. That was it, yeah. Eve Hosgood, Gary Pitt, Earnshaw 5, George Corner, Good day to you, Sarah Faro, Rachel, Claire, Andy P, Alexandra Wood. Good day, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are you're happy and content with what's going on at the moment with everything, and your weekend is going well. Of course, we do fully appreciate and understand that things are going to get quite tough for a lot of people. So, you know, it's going to be a time when we even more appreciate the support of you guys and girls, but also bear in mind that we fully, and I mean this most sincerely, folks, we really understand if you have to stop your subscription, because, you know, things are going to get tight. But you know, if you have to downgrade your membership, then it's absolutely fine. Or if you have to leave for a short period of time, or whenever it might be, or just come along for the international shows, it's entirely up to you. Please don't feel in any way pressured. We really do appreciate all the support that you give us, and we wish everybody the best, because it's going to be tough for everybody concerned. I don't want to get into a big rant about it, right? But, you know, the big energy providers, I'll be honest with you, I know there's obviously, you know, there's more to it than meets the eye, so to speak. You know, we need to understand. Wow, that was a big old. Blimey. What's that? Sounded like a massive, great big explosion. Probably a truck, I'd imagine, an empty bed truck. But yes, I just wish that the energy providers would sort of like. I mean, if I was one of the directors of one of these guys taking massive bonuses, and you're already living in a £2 million house, all of everything's set up, you know, everything, you've got no financial worries, you've probably got a shed load of money in the bank as well. Why don't you just, for 1 year or maybe even 2, say, you know what, let's not have a bonus, let's leave that money in the bank and then throw it back at the customers, the people that support us. The reason why you've got a bonus, mate, is because we've given you that bonus by paying your company for the energy that you provide. So, you know, for once in your life, have a heart and think, you know what, instead of taking that £20 million bonus, let's all throw it back in the pot. I know it's very small indeed, you know, but oh my goodness me, Benjamin man's gone and upgraded to Supercross. Thank you, Benjamin. Oh, he's just gone through the vapor trail of a 747, man. Yeah, man, we missed that one. It's another one we missed. 350. No, it's another one, mate. The other one's long gone. East. My goodness me, if I was a politician, I would be hated by all the other politicians and by everybody but the people that I look after. I'd be smashing the flipping desk every day, I tell you. Okay, 330, Delta. Gonna get some vapor off the wingtips here, folks. Check this out. Oh, she's high, man. Turning early, look at that. What's the wingtips? Ah, what's that? That's the 400. Is that the 744? It's difficult to see, man. Oh, look at the wingtips, man. Look at that vortex. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, some great artistry going on today by these jets. There it is again. Oh, oh. Yeah. Oh, wow, this could be really ultra funky, this shot. Ah, come on, come on, come on. Whoa! Oh! Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was pretty nuts, man. Nice. Right. Oh. It's that Finnair's 350. Remember in the show the other day? Oh my God! Quickly, it said Finnair 350. Oh no! It's a make sure. Oh, right. So Benjamin Mann, thank you so much, Benjamin. A very warm welcome to everybody who's watching today. Start a revolution. Stephen Stibbons saying. Andy P, Squirrel, Daffyd Lewis, good morning to you. River Phillips, Odette Hull, Rachel Clare, Lawrence Daly, Sabira, Stephen Stibbons, yeah, Sandy Humby, the Gaming Ham, good day to you. Welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. Ken Alloway, Lynn Kinghorn. I'm assuming that it is Ken Alloway and not Alloway Ken. I'd imagine that is probably, it is Ken Alloway anyway. Rachel Lofthouse, good morning. Andy P. Ting Tong John, good day to you. Earnshaw 5, Sue Freeman. Neil Bramley. Scott Cowell. Hey, you know what? Why keep it quiet? Why keep it quiet? Oh, we're not going to announce what we're going to do until we've got a new Prime Minister. Well, if you're keen to be the new Prime Minister, regardless of whether you get voted in or not, tell people what you plan to do. And that is to do absolutely everything that can humanly be done in order to make things slightly better for everybody. Yeah, why do you have to keep quiet? Why do you have to say, you know, it's top of the agenda in everyone's situation. 767. Proper old clangers. These things are going to be replaced quite rapidly, I would have thought, by the 787s, the new 787s, or the 787s that are being overhauled at the moment. Interestingly enough, because of the design of these sharklets, you rarely get any vortex off of the wingtip, but you still will, no doubt, get wing vapor. Yeah, what a great show that Legacy show was. I don't know if everybody obviously got the chance to see it, but for those who didn't, you might want to scroll back in the archives after today's show when you've got an hour to spare, and have a look at some of the old stuff. I didn't mention, of course, Air New Zealand. We got a little shot of the South African Airways A330 that was in Daly as well, that used to be in Daly, should I say. That is no more, unfortunately. But yeah, some quality old school stuff. John Walton, Next Generation Music, good day to you. TCC, Richard Mortara. Waycat Services, PL Melbourne, good day to you. Spitfire RAF 100, welcome everybody. Give me your dog now. Wow, Cyberfly 1, Gwen M. Fastest Funk, good day to you. Oh, thank you, Fastest Funk. Very nice words. Thank you very much indeed. Ling Kinhole, Andy P. Good morning to you. Bootle Lad. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well today. JC Mank 72. Rachel Clare, Island Life. Tony Walsh. That's very kind of you, Tony. For the cost of an overpriced coffee from a well-known establishment, other coffee shops are available. It's worth it for the pure enjoyment. Yeah, I don't think you get as much enjoyment for the price of a coffee as you do with 3 or 4 hours on Big Jet TV. Not just the entertainment in terms of the what's on view, but also the community, the fantastic community that we have, which kind of, like, to be honest with you, if you weren't there and you weren't in the community that you're used to being in, you'd feel a loss. I would feel a loss anyway. Good day to you, John Gage, Puss in PJs, JG May, sorry. Melody R. River Phillips, Dane Grayson. Got the shadow going across the trails as well. It's a fantastic shot. Good AV. Air France 777 Cruiser Mirrorman. I think that was Air France, wasn't it? Not possibly not Air Canada GP, I'm not sure. Lawrence Daly. Dan, modelling fan. Good day to you, Dan. See how aware of each individual airfield you have to be. See all those waypoint markers out there on the field. Some of them just electric boxes, of course, but a lot of them all lit up and marked up for taxiway entry points, runway entry point, etc, etc. So, you know, it's fine in the light, but in the dark, it's when it gets a bit tricky. Excuse me. Hey, Mikey van der Aren. Good day to you, Mikey. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully coming out to see you guys in Holland soon. Once, what's the congestion situation like there out at Schiphol, Mikey? Are we still talking about people queuing around the block? I think it's probably unlikely that's the case now. They'd probably put a restriction on passenger numbers at Schiphol, much like they've done at Heathrow and possibly other airports as well. Good to see Dublin's second runway is now open. The next thing we're waiting to hear, obviously, is spotting locations. Oh, listen to this thing. Trent engines. Rolls-Royce Screamers. Oh, Finnair 350 intersecting. Interesting. Watch the way this thing just, rather than running it on the mains, these 350s are quite often, they'll just literally float, especially if they're light. Sandy, that American off to Charlotte. Gwen M, loving those engines. Awesome sound. It is indeed. That's the Trent 800, I think, on those American triples. I think the 300s are possibly PWs. Sandy Humby, 380 just landing. I think I missed that one, Sandy, sorry. Brian Williams tuning in from Bournemouth. What's that, GP? Yeah, and anywhere you travel these days, you need a COVID pass. You still need the COVID pass. That's all you need. Proof of vaccination, innit? Love it. Put it this way, it's a damn sight easier to travel now than it was 6 months ago. Oh my goodness me, what a nightmare. You know. So, next week, going to be speaking with my good friend Gareth at Virgin Atlantic about the 339 delivery, the first of the 339s. Look at that wing profile, man. Of course, the A339, the Neo variant, is 50%, I'd say, a new aircraft. The reason I say that is because let's just grab her for a little bit longer. The reason I say that is because it's an all-new wing on the A339. If you remember, the original A330 was capable of, they used the same wing for the A330-300, just literally configured the pylon positioning differently and bolted on a couple of extra engines. CFM56s, I think, powering the A330. Of course, that's not the case anymore, no longer needed, because the A340, 300, 500 and 600 no longer in production. So therefore, Airbus have developed and designed a completely new wing, which will no doubt feature all new componentry in terms of materials and structural changes. Just one engine to hang from the aircraft. This looks like a Vidaru. Look at the wing profile on this thing, folks. Look at that. I wanted to show you an underside shot of the E2 jet. Look at that, man. Isn't that great? Of course, don't forget that the Airbus A330neo, again, powered exclusively by Rolls-Royce, the Trent 7000, which is the, I would say, the upgraded version of the Trent 7000. It's a bigger fan, main fan. Of course, a lot to discuss on that Legacy show as well. So if you do watch it and you want to comment on it, please get involved in the comments on YouTube, because it's always great to read those comments and for other people to get involved in the chat as well. Reminiscing back in 2018. It's only two and three quarter years ago, I know, but a lot's happened since then. A number of different operators fallen by the wayside, some no longer operating out of Heathrow, and of course introduction of new aircraft types like the A350. Of course, we saw very few of them, well, none of them back in 2018. They were rare as rocking horse poo, weren't they? Really, it was just who would it been at that time? Finnair and maybe Qatar. Engine stuff. That triple over there in the maintenance section has got its APU running, so possibly something going on with that aircraft. I think it's engine related at this stage. Gregory Jancic, Mr. 747. We all do, of course, Gregory, with a heavy heart, which is why we need to continue to explore places like Anchorage, where you can, if you're a 747 fan, then you are gonna be, you can fill your boots literally at the end of next month when we travel back to Anchorage for our members. Wings picking up, flex. It's a long run. Amazing that British Airways about to take delivery of 5 787-10 models, but have another 10, I believe, on order as well. And that's 787-10s, I think, right the way across the board. Aren't they Charlotte manufactured and rolled out from Charlotte? The 787-10? Is it? I think it's the same wing. same wing. Wow, up early for this one. 777-200. I think these 787s and 10s are going to replace these 200s. Yeah, they're going to be, I'd imagine they're going to be the replacement jets, those big clip wing 200s with BA, I'd imagine. They're going to be the ones that will be on the cutting room floor, so to speak, with British Airways getting replaced with the 787-10s. Oh, Lloyd Bell, BA took delivery of another 350 yesterday. Interesting. So they're going through, they're up to Mike now. XWB-A being the first one. XWB-M for Mike being the last one, the most recent one. Of course, you need to consider as well, you also need to consider that you need to consider that these older engine type, you know, with the old Trent 8s and the old Trent 7s, all of those older variant aircraft. Oh man, sorry folks. This is one of the newer models. Nice. Those older models will become a burden on many operators, purely because of the fact that their engines will, it's a bit like we've talked about before with the congestion charge and stuff like that, with the emission zones and things like that they have around some cities around the world. If you're driving a vehicle of any particular age, or you know, engine type, diesels and all that kind of stuff, you have to pay an emission charge. I think that's what the FAA are going to be bringing into the aviation sector in the not too distant future, and that will result in aircraft with older engine types being a bit of a burden, like I say. So that's why people like BA and other carriers are ordering newer aircraft that will, you know, understandably make a cleaner environment, reduce the footprint, so to speak. These newer engines as well are able to be operated with sustainable aviation fuel, 100% sustainable aviation fuel. However, see that aircraft there, that will be that's an old 200, isn't it? Yeah, there will at some point be a tipping point for operators, where it will be more beneficial for them to dispose of older aircraft, take on newer aircraft. And the sustainable aviation fuel is a debate that still will continue on for many, many years in terms of availability, and the demand is there, but the availability isn't. think British Airways signed a contract with an American company to supply their sustainable aviation fuel, surprisingly. Oh, this guy's pretty low. So that, you know, takes into consideration the Trent 8s, the old Trent 7s, Pratt & Whitneys, the GE, even the GE 90s. Some of the older GE 90 models will fall into that bracket. This is Saudi a triple, I think. Just come out of Sierra. It's all going to be age dependent, of course, in terms of the age of these engines and their operational window in terms of how much longer they've got left on them. I mean, these things can go on forever, really, a bit like an old diesel engine, you know, because you know, the components can be swapped out quite easily on an engine. You know, they put a whole new segment of engine in there, high pressure, low pressure, the turbines, you know, all the blades can be replaced, all individual components can be replaced. Hello. Gear undercarriage problem, sir? Very late gear retraction. Yeah, it's got a brake problem on that one. See, now the doors have gone up. See the way the doors go up? The doors automatically open when the gear selector is selected to the up position, but at that point in time, I think the automatic system's keeping the gear in the retracted, in the extended position. Sorry, because it's probably a wheel that is still spinning, hasn't. So that'll be a malfunctioning brake. Happens quite often. I have to say, more often on the 787 than any other aircraft that we've observed. Looks a bit like a prototype jet, doesn't it? But you'll see the gear doors come down quite soon. Usually around about 2 minutes it takes for the wheel to stop spinning. I mean, don't forget, these things are doing a high RPM when they're trundling down the runway. I think it's around about 2,000 RPM. As soon as the wheel goes from 0 to around about 2,000 RPM, so it could be quite some time before the thing stops spinning and they're able to put that thing up into the undercarriage bay. And people wondering why that is the case is because you can quite easily wear out. Here we go. Gear doors down. Now, whether that is something that is happens automatically, or they just monitor it. I'm not sure. Is that a 380? Are you there, Jilly, or have I lost you? Oh, okay. Hi, buenos. G'day. Kenny Goetz, I think it is. Kenny Goetz. Good day to you, Kenny. Welcome back to First Class Membership. And Eddie Hartigan is also welcome back to you, my friend. Michael K, loving the Dreamliner wings. Gwen M, that sounds fantastic. Philip Thorley, Qatar 380 on radar at T4. Thank you, Philip Thorley. And also Dan Modelling fan, A380, BA380 on the move. Stephen Callahan. There's a BA380 inbound from IAD. Sorry about that. Virgin Dreamliner. It's always a little bit difficult when you're trying to multitask, film planes, talk on the phone, and read comments and drink coffee. It's always a little bit difficult. Some great, because you kind of don't want to miss that rotate shot, because the rotate shot is pretty fantastic, isn't it? Right, okay. Sip coffee, which is getting cold now. Get ready for a 380, folks. And it's BA as well. Could be low. Yes. Oh no, this is the Saudi jet, I think. Well, Qatar 380 went out just before we went live, didn't it? 15 minutes before we went live, so. Nothing like it, is there? Big old booming set of G115s. Well, they might be 1990s, I don't know. But even so, that's just the power rating of the engine. Still the same engine type, but it's a bit like having a car with 3 different engine options: 2 litre, 2.3 litre, 3 litre. Etc. etc. Oh, is that an old banger coming out? Dun, 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 dun. It is indeed. So soon we might see, hopefully we will see, a Qatar 380 manoeuvring its way out of T4. Bamboo 787-8 due for departure 12:05, just after the Helvetic E290. Philip Thorley saying, thank you for that, Philip. The Bamboo jet will taxi out round this top point, I'd imagine, hopefully. Philip Jones indeed confirming that DHL is on the move. Ken Alloway, Liz Matthewman, Jane Urquhart, good day to you. Sarah Faro, Rachel Lofthouse, pumping out the DHL emoji. David Bowman, good day to you. Richard Mortara, right, the boss requires me in the garden with the electronic hedge trim. Oh, I used my hedge trimmer yesterday, my electronic hedge trimmer. Trouble is the battery ran out and I can't find the charger. That's pretty typical. But anyway, I'm sure we'll locate it at some point. You can go a bit mad with a electronic hedge trimmer if you've got enough hedge to trim. But if you have, you'd probably end up trimming the whole bleeding thing off because it's so much fun, especially when it works well. Oh, that's. Can I trim that? Oh, that looks trimmable. Shall I trim that? Hey, there's a trimmy bit. Stroke. That bloke from Lakenheath brought his car down here, hasn't he? Geezer from Lakenheath. Hey, that's been there for ages, that bit of wing, look. It's the outboard section of a 320 maybe. It's got no... I don't know what that is. Yeah. Why is it there though? Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's a training implement for the de-icing cruise, I think. Where's she off to? Chicago? Oh, good guess. Wow, look at this big girl. Big old bird, innit? You're sitting in that row behind the flaps. In about 60 seconds, it goes. Really noisy flap retraction. Have you retracted your flaps recently? Hey! Gary Russell's enjoying the show, sat there with his big jet bucket hat. It's a good hat, that. I like the design of that. When we designed it, it was like, yeah, I like that. Because the stitching actually makes it look really cool. With the stitching going through the logo. Unintentional, but looks really good. Shop is now completely open, by the way, folks. We did have some issues. BigJetTV.shop. Missed that, GP. What was that? Send him an invoice in. We'll send him an invoice. Oh. They owe us 45 bucks. I'm sorry? Wow, look at that. Round about, well, I've counted as little as under a minute. Depends on the aircraft type that you're flying on and the outbound routing and altitude and that kind of thing. But I've counted under 60 seconds for flap retraction. There she comes. You want another 380, folks? You're gonna get it. Liz Matthewman, good day to you. Gwen M. Ranjit Singh. Odette Hull, Melody. Welcome everybody. Hope your Sunday's going well. Or should I say in some cases, hey, Air Canada's Max in town. Not showing on radar yet, but what's that, GP? Americans called St. Louis, don't they? Not St. Louis. Where are you from? St. Louis. I'm sorry, mate. What was that? "6 a.m. in Miami. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. in Auckland. Couple of hours away from being Monday morning, New Zealand. Okay, where's this thing lift off? See how it rolls that out on the mains for that amount of time. Whereas the A350s and actually the Dreamliners tend to sort of like lift off almost. Oh, we'll have a listen to this. Oh! Yeah. 380. Touching down. There's the one from Washington, innit? I think. 10:02 in Brisbane. Ken Alloway. It is a beautiful noise, isn't it? What a beautiful noise. Coming up from the sea. Like a plane on a track. It's the feeling of noise. It's a Max, isn't it? Big engines on her. It's locked. That 737's had more variants than a Spitfire, innit? It's interesting that when you look at even though these, you know, in essence, the 737 MAX is it is a, you know, in terms of its technology and so on and so forth, it is a brand new aeroplane, isn't it? However, when you look at the cockpit area, especially from the outside, it's never really changed, has it? Other than the eyebrows on the pre-NG jets, it's kind of remained the same sort of like cockpit layout. Really wanting to change massively, would you? But it's just interesting. Moan Jam Saint, we need an international fluffage. Right, this thing's going to be about 10,000 feet by the time it passes us here. I seriously can drive a golf ball further than that. But only if it was on tarmac. Not supposed to have short takeoff and landing capabilities. Thing goes up like a flipping rocket, man. Look at it. What's he at? 1,000 feet already? So steep, I've lost the flipping too vertical for the camera. Stephanie Carlisle doesn't like Spirit's livery. Don't mind it myself. You certainly know it's there. If you're going to gate and you're wondering which gate it is and it's parked outside, you know if you're flying with Spirit. Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Mind you, let's be fair, you know. Ryanair, you know, I mean, I know we all joke about Ryanair and all. I've never had a bad experience flying with Ryanair. The only bad experience I did have, and it's my own fault, was when I said, yeah, I know, I saw that. When I said, did you have any coffee? Do you have any frothy coffee? Like, well, why are you going to ask that, for God's sake, Jerry? Okay, continue it on. Yes, we do. Okay, but it was one of those sort of like, it was a coffee bag, and I don't know whether the coffee bag broke or anything, but it was piping hot. I mean, we're talking about the surface of the sun. Took half the flight to cool down, for crying out loud. But when I eventually did take a sip of it, I just got a mouthful of like tea bag bits and bobs and coffee granules and all sorts of I was like, I can't leave it, I've got to drink it. So you know, I was picking coffee granules out of my teeth for the next couple of hours. But yeah, that's the only bad experience I've had, but that could have been on any airline, to be honest with you. But yeah, Ryanair, I've never had a bad experience with them, to be honest. Blimey. Okay, here we go, vortex time. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I didn't point out the other day, was American A330s on our legacy show as well. Rich Taub special. Look how slow that undercarriage goes up on the 330, man. Yeah. Oh, it's Iberia, isn't it? Should get a nice little bit of floofage off the wings here.
Needs to turn though, you need to turn, mate, so we can get some wingtip floofage. Here it goes, here it goes, here it goes. Okay, what's the wingtips? I think the air temperature's probably too high now to get that. But trust me, come the autumn, we'll be getting all that sort of like crazy atmospheric shots from these aircraft. Something to look forward to, folks. You know, don't worry about it being winter and being all miserable. Let's look at it from the point of view of aviation and the amazing artistry that we can create, or that they create. So we should have 2 380s lined up. There's the Qatar that's crossed the active runway. Should be a Ron P. Morning to you, Ron. Gwen M. Prince Computer Games. Yes, Prince Computer Games. We have heard by somebody on the chat today that BA received another 350 yesterday. I'm wondering, is that her there? No, that's Foxtrot. We're looking for Mike, aren't we? Where are you, Mike? Is that her there? That's her. That's her. Like a guinea bag with the green on the bay. Here's Matthew, possibly pointing out that Qantas tail that's just visible down there on the line. No Emirates 380 in that lineup, which is very rare, I have to say. Okay, this is a US bound 330. Oh no, hold on a minute. It's Virgin, so this could be going anywhere. Of course, we will be, the plan is to be airside with Virgin Atlantic for the arrival of their new A330neo jet. Not 100% sure what will, I think it's pretty obvious what's going to happen to their 339, their 330 CEOs, their older jets. Going back to the lease companies, I think their 200s have already gone back. Probably been converted to freighters by now. Captain Calculus. Nice big bank turn is what we're after. Another 330, I think. Now this one. Big load of floofage out of that 330 that just went up. Oh, got to track it all the way out. Okay, got a small one behind this. I'm going to track this one out. This is Delta, so she'll be making a left or a right turn. CF6 is on this one, I think. Completely different engine note to the Trent 700. much more of a boily noise to it. There is such a word, boily. Boiling and gurgling, if you know what I mean. Okay, let it get through that shot, and we should start to see the climb out. And as she reaches the altitude of whereabouts the clouds are, get some moisture. Ah, there it is, man. Yeah, I'm not seeing a great deal of it because of the glare on my monitor, but I've just got a last. Now we might have another right turn now here. Go on, swing it right, mate. Swing it right. Too far now. Surprised that those Martin Organ tuning in from Western Australia. G'day. How you doing, Martin? LFC Ian. Melody, J Manx 72, 350 went over my head the other day and made a zip mark through the cloud. Yes, yes, I know what you're talking about there. You do get times when the, especially when it's high cirrus cloud, or it's climbing up to its cruising altitude. Oh, this is the Air Canada Max, isn't it? Wow. Long haul 737 Max, folks. All the way across the Atlantic, this thing. Flew with Iceland Air on their 737 Max long haul. It was a very comfortable ride. I don't know if they configure the seats. It's ever so slightly larger for the transatlantic, for the long haul jets. I'm not sure. Certainly felt like it because it was a very comfy ride. Qatar A380. Watch the configuration of the undercarriage going up here. Tons, I might add. Could get some floofage here, you know, because she's climbing out towards that that cloud bank, and the clouds aren't that high. I'd say about 4,000 or 5,000 feet, possibly. So she'll either go straight into the cloud, or we'll get a bit of floofage just before she enters the cloud. All depends on how cold it is up there, really. Or she'll just maybe track below the cloud, and we'll get a bit of she'll pull a bit down. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's gone. Oh. No, she isn't, man. No, she isn't. She's flying out to Houston at 1:40, did you say? Is that one of our members, yeah? Repair going on there. What are these two fellas doing here? Dunno, mate. Might have to take the old roof off. Dunno. Get it back to you in a couple of weeks, maybe. They got seats there. They got chairs there. No, I thought they might have made themselves a little viewing balcony. Get yourself a wheelbarrow. Matthew Bentley, what was your question, Matthew? It does happen quite often, doesn't it, where people say, why is no one answering my questions when we haven't seen your original question? So sorry, Matthew, if we've missed it. What is your question? We'll all wait for it now, Matthew. We're all waiting with bated breath. What's your question, Matthew? Nigel Gay. Nigel Gale. Oh, okay. Matthew was asking what was the arrival date of the A330neo. Well, we're looking at the 1st of October at the moment, Matthew. It may well be delayed. If we miss a question, folks, if we miss one of your questions or one of your comments, then feel free to pop it in again, because obviously things get missed with the chat going so rapidly. But yeah, we'll try and get to it as soon as we can. Always good for a topic of discussion. And as mentioned, the A330neo delivery for Virgin Atlantic, the first aircraft in that lineup to be delivered to London Heathrow. We are preferring the idea of being here at London Heathrow to receive her, rather than being at Toulouse to wave her off. Although it would be very glamorous, of course, to be airside at Toulouse, with the delivery of the aircraft and the big handshake and the handing over the keys, etc., which they literally do. But I just think more glamorously, it would be far more glamorous for us to be here to receive her at London Heathrow, and also see how Nats feel about them doing a fly past. Do what? They don't have keys. No, they do not have a key. It is literally almost like a sort of tradition, though, when they almost, you know, is like handing over the keys to a new aircraft for the manufacturer / supplier to the supplier. Is that a 350 coming out? Indeed it is. Virgin Atlantic A330 making its way out. John Allen. To be honest with you, the takeoff speed, the rotate speed, is around about between 140 and 160 knots, depending on the weight of the aircraft, length of the runway, how much runway they need. But yeah, most definitely, and weather conditions as well, of course. All those factors are built in to the flight management system, flight management computer. Good question, though. Depends on the size of the aircraft as well, of course, what the takeoff speed is, or rotate speed. Like I say, for these bigger jets, normally between 140 and 160 knots. The Dreamliners will use as much runway as well as is humanly possible. In some cases, spoken to quite a few 787 pilots who almost grimace at the length of runway that they use. All perfectly safe, of course, but the reason for that is to minimize the wear on the engines and therefore increase the amount of time between service intervals. Saves the company money, of course. Wear and tear on the engines is minimalised. Let's see a bit of floofage before he breaks into the cloud. Bit of more of a climb rate on it than the 380, I think. Like I say, during the as the weather cools down and the autumn is upon us. Wow, flipping heck! Talk about steep climb out. This thing's probably gone up at around about 120 knots, if not less. Seen these guys for a little while, have we, Gilly? China Eastern? Oh. I think, remember when, you know, both during the crisis and also after the crisis, I think every other aircraft was Air China 330 or 350 or 787 or whatever. I'm guessing that those aircraft are now going through a full cabin clean out and major checks on those jets due to usage. Diesel 13, another BA 380 on radar, bound for Boston. Thank you, Diesel. JR, so quiet indeed. I think that one's just come in, isn't it?
Amber. Auckland to JFK will be popular. Qantas have jumped on board 2 flights from Sydney to Auckland, then on to JFK, which is interesting. Yeah. So imagine that. So that's a passenger service, I'm guessing, that China Eastern, is it? Wow, Nigel Gale, lucky you. BBMF Lank flew right over his house at 575 feet last Friday on its way home after the Clacton show. Wow. Well, they have to fly her low, that's for sure. I think that's for safety reasons possibly, but that's very low, isn't it? 575 feet, wow. What a sound that must be. Four Merlins. At half throttle, I would have thought. She's growling. Nice. China's still closed, what? Is it? So what is that China Eastern? Okay, so we're accepting Chinese citizens in here, or that, and they're not accepting us. Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh. Thank you, Peter. Another turn right. Go on, Sam. Okay. $767. If you like pina colada, sorry, I'm getting cold in the rain. Yeah, nice. Boston bound 380 coming out. 767, 400.
That's a, there she is. Boston bound. That's what we are, Boston bound at the end of October. On the 339 inaugural flight with Virgin Atlantic. I hope the aircraft's ready and they don't put a 787 on, but anyway, there you go. If it is, it is. You can't do nothing about that. Trampoline. I can't remember who it was that mentioned about, we were talking about the Speedbird logo, or you know, the icon the other day that they no longer use, but the flash on the side of the jet is the modernized version, the updated version of the Speedbird icon. Quite like it, actually. Flowing ribbon. Beautiful. Look at this beautiful aeroplane. Plastic. It's a plastic aeroplane. Yeah. I missed all of that. What was that, GP? Yeah. Have we looked at that recently? Have we sort of like seen what is available in the latest ranges, or because there aren't any coats at the moment, are there? Plush. What's a plush? Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, okay, yeah. For what? Oh. Well, we want to make them to order. We don't want to order them. Yeah. That's what we want. Yeah. Is that stuff that's not available? That right, okay. Ollie is a new member. Welcome, Ollie. Bilge pump. Captain Calculus. Jock Die. Yes, they do still use the Speedbird call sign. Speedbird. Yeah, they do. Most definitely. That's a good call, that, actually. HGC loving the beautiful BA3, or just the A380. 350, sorry. Mira's great livery, the Malaysian Matthew Bentley. We've got some, I think that's a 350 icon, is it? Emoji. Interesting. Right, yeah, yeah. Can I just say, folks, that there is one item in the store which is, you know, whereas you get a t-shirt or whatever it is, you know, whatever item of clothing that you get is down to personal preference in terms of your style, what aircraft you prefer, different types of designs that we have on our shirts. Got 2 380s coming out, by the way, at the moment. There is one particular product which is one of those things that I would not promote unless it was a really good product. In fact, we wouldn't have any product in our store unless it was really high-end, high quality. And we do get samples initially when we start a new line, just to make sure that the quality is there and they're up to the kind of like standard that we would expect from a clothing line. And I have to say that the new, since we started with the new supplier, the quality of the material is really great, you know. And I'm not just saying that, I mean it, because, you know, sometimes, you know, I don't like loose fitting stuff myself. I like quite skin tight. So therefore, you know, when you buy something that's a bit of a shabby cotton, it kind of like stretches and snaps. You know, you can hear it ripping literally. But in the case of these new ones, they're very forgiving and stretchy, and they wash really well. However, there is one product that is really good, and I'll show you that after this 380's gone out. See if you can guess what it is. See, there's my phone. It's done it again with the whole brightness thing again, man. I'm going to go down the iStore tomorrow. I'm going to speak to these people because there's something wrong there, man. Yeah. Oh, they'll be open, man. Yeah, they'll be open. I can hardly see the flipping thing. I can hardly see it, and the brightness is at full pelt. These BA380s can go quite long and be quite low. Looks like this guy's using about half the runway, so that's not the case here. See, look at that levelling out. Look. Beautiful, man. Beautiful, effortless climb out. Look at that. That massive wing. No. Polo neck shirts go around your neck, not t-shirts. Yeah, it never feels tight around my neck. It's not around your neck; it's around your below your neck. Yeah. The neck bone's connected to the chest bone, and the chest bone's connected to the something other bone. Spine bone. Spine bone's connected to the... Yeah. Okay, member in chat on this next aircraft out, BA 764, did you say? Oh. Lynn, poetry in motion. It's this 320, is it? Got a member on this jet, folks. We do have beanie hats, folks. Get ready for winter. The winter collection coming soon. About what? Cheerio! Safe travels, my friend. I'll get to that product in a moment, folks. Promise. Oh, there's another DHL jet coming out. What's this? It'd be great if it's a 7.5. Oh, he sneaked in, didn't he? That China Southern. Sneaked across. Sneaky little checker. Wow. Oh, yeah. Noisy. Clipwing 200. I'm pretty sure that these aircraft are the ones that are going to be swapped out for the 787-10s. They've certainly done their time, haven't they? Those these 777s. All 380 lined up. Justin Hanley, very warm welcome back, Justin. Good to see you here. Bits and pieces, yes. Finally, you'll be glad to hear that the shop is fully operational now. Thank you for your patience, by the way. We did have a... Okay, this is the Singapore Slinger, ladies and gentlemen. Diane78 is watching with the sound muted. There's no point in me reading out a comment, is there? Because she's at work. Yeah. Oh. Dive on, and here's the name of the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore Airlines A380. Come on, girl, run it long, run it long. You know you're heavy. Oh, okay, she's going up quite early then. See the outboard ailerons. Autopilot can be engaged as little as, you know, sort of like 60 seconds after departure. It's a bit like on arrival as well, on approach. Can be very, very under a mile sometimes. I mean, I did speak to a 350 pilot once who told me 50 feet, you know, but would you want to do all of that at 50, with 50 feet to go when the aircraft's calling out the numbers? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Minimums. Yeah, that's what's happening. Okay. So I need some kind of a cooling fan on my phone, don't I? Yeah, but don't forget I've got the phone in a clip. I've got it in a holster, haven't I? Wow, look at that. Right, okay. Does that compromise the... Leslie Compton is a new member. Welcome, Leslie. Brand spanking new, fresh. The paint's still wet on Leslie. Ken Cheetham is a returning member. Welcome back, Ken. Paul Skilling, good day to you. Vulcan runways thing at Southend was a bit boring. Oh, okay, James Doig. Vulcan runway thing at Southend was a bit boring. Okay. Bill's not looking on the store. Yeah, folks, I mean, you know, asking to buy stuff, if you want to go and have a look at the store, see, you know, you don't have to, it's like walking around a store, you know. At least we're not coming up to you. Can I help you, sir? No, I'm just looking, thanks. Right, well, if you need any help, yeah, it's fine, I'm just looking, thanks. Yes, under what circumstances is the material? Wayne Hartshaw. Oh, is another BA380 coming out, or is he on tow? Well, it's quite a long run for this 300. Proper clip wing, look at that! The stubby little wing on it. Wow! Proper old school design, man. And every possibility that aircraft is still fly-by cable and not fly-by wire. I know that UPS have converted a number of their aircraft to glass cockpit, but they're still using cable operated systems. Can you Adam and Eve it? Cable operated. I mean, that's not to say it's like an old car with without power steering. The cable operation is pretty in fact, to be honest with you, the fly-by-wire system that's operational is actually designed and developed and tuned to offer in a bit of resistance, very much like to make it feel like a cable-operated assembly, just to give a bit more feedback to the pilot rather than it being all too nice and smooth. Oh, that China Southern, he's gone straight down Sierra. I thought he'd come in. Jez White, 29 years old, that A330. Crazy. Captain Sky Marshal, old school aircraft. Indeed it is. Ken Cheaton, good to be back. Good to see you, Ken. Sue, all the very best. Have a good barbecue. Don't burn the sausages. Alan Robbins, EK1, 10 minutes out. Yeah, talking of EK1, we were talking about it earlier. A distinct lack of Emirates A380 tailage on that line up down there. We're used to seeing Rob Walker. That A300 is 1 month older than me. Hey. So James Doak would love a watch strap. Can you do watch straps, James, I'm afraid? Great watch straps on Amazon, though, I have to say. But all that can't beat old school stuff, yeah. Love the old school stuff. That's why I get very excited when I see the old aeroplanes. I mean, you've got kind of really got to go to America, haven't you, to see active old school aeroplane. You wait till we get to Anchorage, folks, where you will more than likely, definitely, I can almost guarantee it, I'll put a fiver on it, that you will see a DC-6 in operation. Clive Clark, how different does it look today after watching yesterday's show? What with all those jumbos and crazy stuff going on. I mean, obviously some days are busier than others, of course. G'day. SHB Motorsports Productions. Clip wing. I mean, I always used to think back in the day, before the war, no, but back in the day, I used to think that autopilot wasn't selected until they were like at 20,000 feet or cruising altitude or something like that, but no, far from it. Autopilot is ready to go almost immediately after takeoff. All down to pilot's discretion, of course. God bless you. This is China Southern. No. Well, the hoodie. We've only got one hoodie, haven't we? Well, no. What, zip up? We've got two options, haven't we? We've got two variants. A zip up and a non-zip up, a pullover. Like. Yeah, the all-over's discontinued, isn't it? Oh, mind you, no, not in the white. No, in the white it's fine, yeah. But in the black it's discontinued, isn't it? At the moment, yeah. Right. Yes, the one that I've ordered. The one that I've ordered. Oh. Right. Yes. Right. Do have another variant coming, folks, of the hoodie, which in terms of its design, just wait for the sample to come through for me to test it, and then we'll throw it up on the store. And I know I've been promising you to show you this this product. I know you're waiting for it, but I don't want to miss too much of the action. I think I might have a little window after this, although we do have a rogue Arrival. I don't know what it is, doesn't look that big. Looks like a 320 of some narrow body. Oh, it's the Titan jet, is it? 321 freighter, possibly either from Billund or from Brussels. I'd imagine, one of the two. So this is Titan's 321 P2F jet. It's a converted passenger jet. Do it on your phone, Jilly? Maybe? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Jez White, Coletta 747, Squawking 7700, heading back to Los Angeles. Mirrors from Brussels, this Titan 321 freighter. Airside Ian, is it? Is it Airside Ian? The fella who's on Britain's busiest airport with the moustache. Is it Airside Ian, I think? I wonder if that's him there with his giant moustache. Him and the fella from East Kirkby with the big eyebrows would make up a very interesting werewolf. Mind you, werewolves don't have big twiddly moustaches like Airside Ian's. Very impressive moustache. Yeah, I mean, you know, talk about, you know. Right, here we go. Here we go, right, okay, here we go then, folks. This is what I'm talking about. Just this quickly. And it is, and of course, as I say, it is available on the store. The good thing, about this phone case is that it will come this isn't a, well, this actually, interestingly enough, because I wanted it on the other style, this is a sticker that's on here, but over time this will wear out. But underneath this, from Spring. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Let me just take this sticker off. Hold on a minute. Oh, I'm not gonna take it off. It's not good. That's how good our stickers are, folks. It just doesn't want to come off. Quality vinyl. However, forget about that. It is the phone case which is really important, because, and to be honest with you, this is probably cheaper than your average phone case that you buy at, say, the Apple store or whatever. But it has a lining. Anti-fracture lining, or whatever you call it, so you can drop it from a dizzy height, and trust me, I have dropped. I can't understand. And the other thing is as well, is I think it's a design flaw with iPhone and maybe other phones, I don't know, but these camera lenses are actually a little bit proud of the main case, and they're housing themselves. So you lay that on a scratchy surface and you're going to have scratched lenses. The great thing with this case is that, as you can see, it's got a lip on it. Less of the lip, son, less of the lip. But yeah, it clips in nicely, and it's fracture proof as well. Sorry about that. I don't even know how much they are or anything, Jilly. God, Sally! I mean, trust me, I've had that phone case for, oh, I don't know. When did we start using Spring? That's an old phone case, man. I mean, it's due a D-check, but I can tell you, it's it might be worn out. It might be worn out, but I tell you, it's still going strong. And you know, it's like I say, one of those things that, you know, sometimes when you buy something and it's cheap and yet it's really, really effective. That's one of those things that's. Yeah, that's the Bigfoot t-shirt that I've got on, yeah. 777 undercarriage. I designed that because I wanted a 777 undercarriage emblazoned on a t-shirt. You very carefully edited, you know, yeah, you had to trim that quite a lot because of all the, we wanted to leave all the hydraulic lines and ancillary cables and stuff like that on there. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Smashing through that cloud. Nice. Look at that. Look at the size of that thing compared to the Concorde, man. Oh, is that the Roo pushing back? Sorry, folks. Just going to get this. All our friends out in Australia. Here's one for you. Right. Squiddle. Yeah, landing gear. The 777 landing gear on the t-shirt. Big. Now I wonder
if I put, mind you, you're going to hear it, aren't you? This fan, yeah. Really? Look at the scale comparison, folks. Look at the scale comparison. Just insane. Immense. Great big thing, isn't it? Trixie Bluebell. Big shout out to Big Jet TV for stopping me for getting my washing done once again. She's going to have to go through the whole week with crusty t-shirts and crusty skirts and... Sorry about that. Freight door. See, that door was cut into that aeroplane, of course, when she was a freighter, when she was a passenger jet. Didn't have that that main deck freighter door. Ah, this is EK1, I think, on approach, isn't it? Waycat, yes. Phone cases available for all different makes and models. Well, multiple makes and models, should I say. What about all makes and models? Now I've put this I've put this, oh, say a bit there. Yeah, and in terms of security and all that sort of thing, you could go all the way there and you get booted out. Yeah, we'd have to obviously clear that way in advance. Andrew, stop. There's one of my kids right there. Okay, for all our friends in Australia, here's one for you, folks. Nick Woodward can't see the Bigfoot shirt in the store, GP. Take him back still. SHB Motorsports Productions. Ooh, sounds good, but obviously we would need to... it's a long way to go for a military show when you need to obviously make sure that they're okay with us filming it. I'm sure that there's very little that they can do with people around the fence filming it for post-production stuff and also for photography. However, it's a whole different ball game when it comes to live streaming. Because when you are live, these guys know you're live, and they obviously need to be informed. So it would be something that we would have to do. We're all right in the UK. Everything's perfectly okay at Coningsby and Lakenheath, Mildenhall. Well, Bryce is a little bit different. Bryce isn't so. We haven't got a very good relationship with Bryce. I mean, they're lovely people in the offices there. It's just that it's the coordination between them and the security teams. It's like, you know, and also there's not very good positioning at Bryce. Waddington's a good one. Of course, Waddington's got a sodding great big visitors park there as well. Yeah, that's quite funny. I quite like the idea of that. Well, unless they do one. No. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's a self-procurement thing, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh my good God, right, okay, those things, the ones with the slidey bit of paper in them and all that. Yeah. Oh wow, look at the length of this. Yeah, recycling bin, Jilly, recycling bin. Yeah. No. Yeah! You are the Turkish! And I will continue to call it Turkish Airlines until the day I'm unable to talk anymore. And I'm 6 foot under. I'm just really not interested in the whole attacker Raka, whatever name they are changing their name to. Turkish Airlines. It's what it's known as, and yeah, but that's behind the fence, mate. Yeah. Oh, look at the climb out. Yeah. You've got to use the van at somewhere like Bryce. You know, you need to be over the. Be honest with you though, Jilly, also luggage tags are kind of a thing of the past, aren't they? People either put a pink ribbon around it, or and also, you know, you get when you check your bag in, you get a barcode on it. There's a barcode on it, isn't there? Yeah, 3 people probably. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like I say, that can go towards making part a piece of skin for a new aeroplane, possibly. In your recycling bin. Yeah. They'll go in tin and alloy, or. Take it down the bleeding, take it down the tip then. Just throw them all in and then throw the cardboard box in the card recycling, la. Oh, God. What a waste of space and everything. Jorge or George, does the gear stop spinning before being retracted? I love these sorts of questions. No, is it? Sorry, the front gear will continue to spin until it hits what's called the brushes, or a stop pad, which is literally it brushes up against the front undercarriage and stops the wheels from rotating immediately. Almost acts like a brake. Whereas the main gear, when the lever is pushed into the gear up position, there is the automatic braking system will automatically brake the wheels, not brake them, but stop them from spinning. And that's why, as we've discussed a few times on the show and seen a particular example today, where sometimes you have a malfunctioning brake. Just one brake in amongst the whole assembly will mean that the gear will stay extended until that wheel stops spinning, which is usually around about 2 minutes, or should I say the wheel stops spinning up to an acceptable RPM, and that is automated That's all checked automatically by the sensors. There'll be sensors on the wheels which will monitor the rotational speed of the wheel itself. Yeah, I'm going to get another one of these fans, I think. Most definitely, because that has definitely done a great job in cooling my telephonic communications device. Yeah. Oh, it's nice and cool, the back of my phone. Yeah, definitely. Somebody, yeah, it totally works. Thank you to whomever that was. It kind of makes sense, of course. Sean on Twitter, apparently. I'm looking right down the other end of 09 right, and I'm seeing what appears to be a Smoky Joe. That'll probably be United States. New livery heading to New York. New York, New York, so good to be trust. New York, New York. G'day. Hopefully this isn't the flea plane. I still need to speak to United about that. It's probably a bit late by now, I would have thought. These old 767s getting worked hard. Supposed to be 787-8s, but because of all the safety issues, let's call it, maintenance problems that have been happening with the 787-800 recently with Boeing. I think they're still making their way through those checks and so on and so forth. Bulkhead, electrical issues, that kind of thing. I'm sure they're slowly but surely making their way through the backlog. And then they'll be able to obviously put those 787 jets back on the service for London Heathrow, replacing these beautiful old 767s. To be honest with you, I'd rather have the 767s for as long as they like. So we see enough Dreamliners. Stephen Remy, another good question about the APU. Stephen, the APU is used primarily just for engine start and for whilst the aircraft, well, for the onboard systems. It will run the onboard systems if it's not running off the ground power unit. APU will be shut down not long after engine start, usually sort of like as they're taxiing out. And will be started depending on the turnaround. for those of us who are not familiar with the APU, the auxiliary power unit, which is another engine actually. It is a jet engine, and it's positioned underneath the tail of most of these big jets, even the smaller ones. It's kind of the equivalent of a turboprop style engine, which is still in some ways a jet engine, but it's a much smaller type of engine, but about the size of, like I say, a turboprop engine, sort of the thing that you'd find in a ATR prop aircraft or whatever. But yeah, that is something that's not used during flight. Is only used, like I say, on the ground for starting the aircraft or for running the onboard systems, much like this 777 is right now. She's well, actually, I think that's they're still running that APU on that. Yeah, still running. You can see the heat haze coming out of the APU, the wedge-shaped section at the back of the aircraft. Normally, it is shut down taxiing when it's taxiing out for departure, and also when it's coming. Oh, that's the bamboo jet, isn't it? River Phillips. River Phillips. Well, I'm not sure if that is the case, River, but I would like to. I can understand why you would say it, because in the instance of a double engine failure, which is, you've got many more chances of winning the bleeding national the lottery if than having a twin engine failure on an aircraft. I mean, the only way that that's really going to happen is if you fly through a horrendous ash cloud or something like that. But really, you know, the chances of it happening are so tiny. 737. But what will happen with a dual engine failure is, obviously you need, because one of the engine controls the hydraulics and the electrical systems, but generally what you'll have is what's called the RAT, the Ram Air Turbine. The RAT, as it's commonly known. If you've joined us on any of the Toulouse shows, you'll know what we're talking about, because it's a small propeller that literally drops out of the belly of the aircraft, and that propeller, with the forward motion of the aircraft, creates energy and creates electrical power to power up hydraulic systems and electrical systems on the aircraft. But I can understand why you would think that the APU would be used as a power systems whilst the aircraft is in flight. But I don't think that's the case, and of course the APU is not strong enough to power the aircraft in terms of its forward motion, because it's only used for power rather than thrust. So if that hopefully answers your question. But yeah, in terms of a total loss of power, they would drop the Ram Air Turbine, which is a little prop blade. Well, I say little prop blade, it's about 5 foot in length, 5 or 6 foot in length. We've seen it quite a few times. They obviously have to test the aircraft at Toulouse when we've seen them flying initial test flights and so on and so forth with customers. They will test the ram air turbine, the RAT. So you get any floofage. Pardon me. That might be our man. Something's sitting there waiting. Dave Beeler, the 787 has 2 generators per engine and 2 generators on the APU due to high electrical use on the 787. Wow, so a redundancy system is basically what we're saying here. So one failure, another one will kick in. Boeing's quite renowned for having redundancy over redundancy, so always it's such an unlikely situation having any type of failure, to be honest with you. Show S is a new member. Welcome, Show. Wayne Harshaw, do Virgin have a system how they pick their aircraft names? Yeah, it's a very interesting article you can read online actually, how we pick the names of our aircraft or whatever it is by Virgin Atlantic. It is very interesting. It is put out to vote, I understand, and yeah, I think the only time that an aircraft's name has been picked without going to a vote was Fearless Lady, the A350 named after Richard Branson's mother, and rightly so. Other than that, there are a number of different options, and of course it generally follows the theme of artists from from rock stars and stuff like that, purely because of the Virgin Records relationship, so to speak. Wayne Dyer, good afternoon to you. Dylan McTurk. Oh, interesting. Last time I was down in Costa, dispatcher gave me and the captain a kebab. Unfortunately, only one of us could eat ours due to the rules regarding pilots eating the same food. Fair enough. Wow, Alec Robbins got 2 Spitfires over his house in Kent. It's not something you hear every day, is it? 2 Spitfires. The sound of victory is the way I see it, those Merlin engines, especially when you've got 2 Spitfires over your house, or maybe a Spit and a Hurricane. Who's this? This is Kuwait. Oh, Air Canada. Oh yeah, Kuwait's down on Sierra, isn't he? Waiting to pull on. Yeah, if there's a sort of like a phone case within a phone case, Jilly, with a fan built into it, but it's got to be a USB powered fan and not some battery thing that you recharge and then, you know. Okay, if it can fit in the cradle, the cat in the cradle in the silver moon, a chippy day to bed in a soon. Sorry? Oh, there's another one coming out. Oh, there's just too many of them, isn't there? Oh, this is the Aussie jet. G'day! You little ripper. I mean, to be honest with you, Jilly, you can jerry-rig one. Because you can buy the little ones that you put in your PC and then you just stick it on the back of your phone or something. And then... Okay. Yeah. That's what I want. Talk about the best place to watch. I don't know as I'd feel that comfortable sitting up there though. Oh yeah, I did see that, yeah. Yeah. I know, I saw it. It was like, it was, yeah, no. I know. Who was all dressed in pink. Matthew Bentley loving the sound. It is the sound, isn't it? Paul Skilling loving it. Peter Room. Kelvin Grant. So here's the bamboo jet, folks. I like it. I like that little addition of the door behind the green door at the front. What's behind the green door? Wayne Hartshaw, yeah. Well, unfortunately, the neighbours need to get into it as well, don't they? Where are they taking that 330? Obviously to a remote stand, I would imagine. From Vincent Care. I love the way they do the fingernails on some of their BA jets. Not all of them. I think some of them are being painted with the red fingertips as and when they go into or come out of one of their major checks, perhaps, because not all of them have got them on. A number of the smaller jets have got them on. See these little fingertips? Oh, wow, look how long this is. Blimey. This is long. Bamboo. Colour scheme definitely goes with the words, doesn't it? I think, anyway. It's kind of got that sort of like pastel-y feel to it. Oh, mark at him, interior designer all of a sudden. Start sounding like Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen in a minute. What's that? Oh yeah, it's gone about 5 minutes ago. Hope you called it, Andrew. Oh. What was he do? Was he making the tea in the kitchen or something? We've got a United jet lining up. Is that the 777? Dave Beeler, brake temperatures displayed on the cockpit screens, temperature sensors on brakes. Okay, yes, of course. And those temperature sensors on the brakes will relay that information to the screens, of course. Busy, busy, busy. So obviously no spare space to park that Virgin jet. Although there is a parking bay right next to their hangar, which this might be the United jet, I don't know. Surprised there's no... Well. You know, I don't like to talk about sports, but I'm not talking about sports in general. I'm just talking about where it's located, and we talk about platforms and the best viewing platform you could possibly wish for. I'm surprised to see there's nothing on Google that I can see when I type in suspended or hanging observation bar at Spa. Because yesterday they showed it and it was like, oh, I don't know, you'd have to have some big kahunas to go and sit in that. There'll be a lot of people who know exactly what I'm talking about, and I don't want to start a whole big discussion about F1 or anything. It's just about the best observation deck that you could possibly imagine, and that one is literally a huge bar suspended from a cable, a giant crane, and it looks bleeding frightening. I mean, even the barman's tethered to something. Didn't look like the people that are sitting on the chairs, though, in the swivel seats at the bar were tethered in any way. Didn't look like it anyway, from what I could see. Yeah, great view, but feel a little bit, you know, like it's no sort of like you could literally step off. You see anything on Google about that, Julie, or not? You see it? Yeah, it very, and you can see it, yeah? Hanging from a crane. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you. You really, honestly? I mean, the barman's got some yellow sort of like, you know, safety harness strapped around him, which is fair enough and understandable. I'm sure that the health and safety is fully, I mean, they must be strapped in. I didn't see any. Yeah, well, I'd be turning that down. Thanks very much. Give the seat to someone else. Anyway, back to the action. It's just. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's great. It's great thinking behind it. It's great thinking behind it. Wow. Yeah, and that's a big number as well. Hey, I remember seeing that A346 on the Legacy show. A big Virgin thank you. I guess that or one of its predecessors is probably flying with those folks down in Bournemouth now, isn't it? Possibly. Brian Clark. What's a great spot, Brian? Yeah, Jason. Make sure you don't go up there with any change in your pockets, like I did in the Octopus when I was a young chap. And at the fairground, and all me change went flying out my pocket, along with me breakfast as well. sugar puffs over all the people around who are standing at the railings watching. Here he comes again. Didn't like that. Do 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 do. Yeah, you could do some damage with an old mobile phone, couldn't you? Incoming! Yeah! Oh, I know all you folks are loving those sounds, man. One thing I do miss is getting those big 747 British Airways bank shots out of here like we used to. And we'll be bringing you some of that on the legacy shows as well, folks, from our old position at the paddock. Literally filming through the eye of a needle. And of course, the reason for those for the fingernails or toenails, whichever way you want to call it, is just for a safety feature, just to obviously highlight the end of the protruding part. Those canoes, and obviously that. So you can see the old style. That is. Let's just get this quickly. AVIATION. Turn, watch the flapper on. Slight little incremental movements, leveling out now. Interesting piece of information regarding the 787 wing and the fact that it has so much flex to it. The potential, something that they had to obviously build in to the 787. If you look at the wing there, from the engine pylon, which is that section there, if you look at it from that outboard, you can see the flapper on there, drooped, because it's got no hydraulic pressure behind it. So that flapper on that we were just seeing on that aircraft that just went out, you can see it moving up and down. That is literally the directional left and right. Obviously you have the ailerons that also control the turn of the aircraft, but more than anything else, it is those flaperons that control the movement of the aircraft. But in terms of the flex of the wing, if you can imagine the electrical lines, and let's face it, there's not millions of them, because obviously you're only going out to power sensors on the fuel tanks, sensors, and also the power to the nav lights, and also the blinkers on the wing tips. As you can appreciate, they had to build in quite a considerable amount of slack or spare in those lines to allow for the stretch of the wing. As the wing is stretching, obviously it's pulling those lines, so you know, if you didn't have that flex built in, then you would have instances where the electrical lines would snap under pressure, of course. So that's something that's very interesting that they had to build into all of their aircraft, to be honest, because there is no aircraft that has as flexy wing as the Boeing jets. Even 777s, obviously the 787 is very flexy, but as you can see there, it's quite flat when it's on the ground. Let's just have a look at this one that's coming out now. I'm not sure if this is a... Yeah, this is a 787-9. You can see the wings already starting to flex up. But now you look at it now and then compare it to when it rotates. Look at the outboard section of the wing. Look at it building up the flex. And that's slowly, that's flexing through around about 12 feet, folks. Now look at it now. Look at it. Look at it, wow, man. Still a tremendous amount of flex built into the 777 as well, and of course the 747 as well. You see the flapper on moving now, so she'll make a... Oh, she's going to go left. Is she going to go left? Ooh, engine sounds a little bit odd. See the flapper on moving there? Yeah, such an impressive design, I have to say. And of course, when somebody says, well, hold on a minute, you've got such a big flexy wing on it, what about the stresses and strains that you're going to put on the power lines? You know, i.e. the electrical feed, and that's obviously something that they took care of. Virgin Atlantic, I think, is it Virgin, off to San Francisco? Oh no, Air India, sorry. I was going to say that look on engine cows. See, there's that profile now, look at that. I think this is Virgin Atlantic. VS19 off to San Fran. What's that, GP? Sorry. Yeah. What are you talking about? No idea, no idea. Very interested to see at the roundabout up by T4, construction workers there the other day working on it. I don't know what they're putting in the roundabout, but it is a Qatar related, whatever it is that's going in there, it's Qatar related. And we're hoping that it's going to be a big giant A380, Qatar A380, to sort of like, you know, they've got to put something really special in there to make it anywhere decent compared to the huge model of the Emirates 380 at the entrance of the tunnel for 2 and 3. But of course, that was at one time on that roundabout had a beautiful display of Etihad 787 Dreamliners. Big scale models, I mean really big scale model. I think there was about 4 or 5 of them, and they were really special, man. I don't know where they ended up. I'm sure they're probably gathering dust somewhere in a container somewhere, unfortunately. Probably end up on storage walls or something like that. All in, fair warn. Boom! United 777 lined up. This will be a screamer. Heading out to Washington. Hey, isn't this somebody on this IAD bound triple, Jilly? Didn't they say earlier? Did somebody say earlier? I don't know. Captain Mannering, yes, the old Concorde gate guardian at T2/3, the tunnel guardian, is at Brooklands. Right at the entrance to Brooklands. I mean, if there's ever a gate guardian, it's the one at Brooklands. In a beautiful angle of attack as well, taking off, beautifully displayed, I have to say. What's that? Oh, the Terminal 4, the Terminal 4 roundabout. Ah, he's on United 4 to Houston. We've got Cathay Pacific 350. I think it's their 1000 coming out after this, isn't it? Big flapperons on the 777. Going to come back to this Cathay 350. She's rolling. Big carbon aeroplane, look. Don't forget, in our upcoming legacy shows, folks, we haven't even touched on things like the Thai 380, Korean A380, Korean 747, Dash 8 intercontinental passenger jet that we used to get from time to time. at London Heathrow. So lots of sort of like cool stuff to look forward to in those. And I said to Jilly yesterday, I said, you know what, we're going to have to pick our way through them. I mean, there's 70, surely not every one of them. And then it was like, it sort of dawned on us. It was like, well, hold on a minute. Yeah, they are all relevant. All relevant. And these are shows that we used to do 20 minutes free view and the rest of it was all members. Do you remember that, folks? So as a result of that, this is stuff that thousands of people have not seen. Talking of Thai Airways, here comes their 777. Nice, Icelandair 757 pushing back. I think that's probably going out T2, isn't it? Because she's normally she'll poke her head out from down there. That's British Airways' most recent addition, folks. That's Mike XW Mike A350, latest delivery. Thai Airways 777 coming out. If you love pina colada, sorry, getting cold in the rain. Will W, Paul Cathay, passenger traffic is still down as Hong Kong still requires hotel quarantine. Blimey, that seems like a really old, long time ago, doesn't it, that passenger quarantine? Sorry, the hotel quarantine. Dave Beeler, SAS had MD-80s, yes they did. I think SAS, when they had MD-80s, they were actually called DC-9s, weren't they? McDonnell Douglas. Melody. Glad you're back safe, Melody. Yeah, of course, if you want to step into history, folks, and you're able to make the trip, or if you're looking at a bit of old nostalgia, then get down to Brooklands in Surrey. Got some great aircraft down there. VC-10, have they got? VC-10, yes. Of course, the Concorde. You can go on board these aircraft as well. The smell is something else. Seriously, old leather smell. Wow, she's gone up steep. Look at that. Of course, as the months go further through into the winter, we're going to get the cold conditions where you get that condensation on the inside the engine intakes. 800, isn't it? Stubby little thing. Wow. Using the very, very end of the runway there to cross over for Terminal 4. PIDS 1990, absolute pleasure. Okay, so we've got an Air Canada Dreamliner 2 out, which I think is, let's have a little look here. Oh, it's BA Dreamliner. Oh, is it? I thought you said it was Air Canada. Oh, okay. Okay. That's the BA, yeah? That's the BA landing now, yeah? Oh, no, 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 that's the Bandito. It's a Bandit jet, right, okay, I've got you. Oh, there we go. Let me get a great shot, to be honest with you. Probably get a better shot of it when it comes around the corner, GP, I'd imagine. Yeah, those flaperons are big surface area. I mean, you know, I'd say probably the size of your average shed. Going to catch that Bandit 787, hopefully, as they make their way around the top of T2. Nicholas Gray tuning in from Boston. Enjoyed the first Legacy show. Thanks for putting it together. Yeah, absolute pleasure, Nicholas. The thing is, obviously, it transpires that each of those shows definitely requires an edit, because there's so much going on in those shows that is related to back then, which isn't related to now. So it would just confuse a lot of people. You know, the badge draw, the what? The sack of love. The what now? You know, all those kind of crazy things. And also the membership levels as well. The fact that we had literally only just then, on that Legacy show, we had only just jumped to the YouTube platform. Can you believe it? Crazy, crazy. Back in 2018. Bilge pump. Yeah, little bit of housekeeping, folks, and thanks Bilge Pump for reminding me. A big thank you to everybody that hits that thumbs up button. If you're watching on Freeview, we appreciate it. Obviously, you know, if circumstances were different, and we would obviously give this free to everybody, but in terms of going overseas and so on and so forth. But of course, all our domestic shows are Freeview, and we would really appreciate just a little thumbs up to say thank you. And of course, it does help every thumb up helps, literally, and we appreciate it if you have taken the time to lift your right or left finger and hit that like button. Thank you so much. Karina Roebuck, great legacy show on Saturday. Thank you. Sam Castriata, K-Boss is waiting for you. How you doing? Lloyd Bell, this A320 departing is positioning to London Gatwick. Was that the one that literally went over the top of me just now? Sorry about that. Squirrel, the sack of love. Please explain that to me. There you go. What can you say? It's it was a sack that had names in it, and eventually, because obviously right at the beginning we started this whole thing with doing a draw out of the sack with I had to literally cut new members' names out, print them out, cut them into little squares, fold them up, put them in the sack, and then but eventually it became so my sack became so full that it was just full of congealed paper, so it took half an hour to select someone. And half the time the people weren't there anyway. So you'd be doing a draw for 6 people, you end up drawing out about 20 and taking up half the show. Lovely 767-400. Goodness me. Yeah. And then you draw someone's name out, no one would claim it, and then you draw someone else's name out, or you draw someone's name out, they'd say they weren't a member, and then you draw another name out, and then that person that you originally drew out would come claim it like 3 weeks later and be like, yeah, but you're not a member anymore, and they'll be like, yeah, but I was. It's like, oh my God. It just gets so complicated, doesn't it? You spend half the week dealing with stuff like that, man. And then of course dealing with the supplier as well, which at the time was not Aviation Retail Direct. When we switched it to ARD, it was a much easier, much more fluid transaction, but yeah, no, it just became so crazy. Tracy, welcome back, Tracy, is a first-class member on Big Jet TV. Show, loving the classic 767s. Don't we all, Show? I love those 767-400s, but the old 300s are something special, aren't they? So many of them still. Analog displays. I say that quietly because it almost seems unthinkable that you'd be flying in an aeroplane that has analog displays. Of course, they do have a certain amount of glass, mainly the flight management system, FMC, flight management computer, but and also the other computerized systems within the aircraft. There's the 787 GP. TCC rarely see any smoke from the Smoky Joes now. You know what? It's interesting that you say that. I've actually noticed that as well. That there does seem to be less smoke coming from the Smoky Joes. Those old Pratt & Whitneys, I don't know if they've been upgraded or what, or whatever's been done to them. Melanie says on Friday at Manchester there was an EasyJet 320 with what looked like horizontal stabilizers stuck in the down position. Okay. Well, when you say horizontal stabilizers, you're talking about the elevators, I'd imagine you're talking about there, are you? But if that was the case, then was that something that was going out or coming in or landing? If it was going out, I'd understand it. But if it had just landed, then, mind you, it's a bit of an odd one. Sat on the taxiway. Wow, not good. Virgin Atlantic. Oh, the Hilton Garden Inn, yeah, nothing ever came of that. Yeah. That's why it's, you know, people think that there's always a good idea, but when it comes to actually putting it all together and, you know, the logistics behind it, it's like, oh, blimey, okay. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not a very difficult thing to organise, is it? All you've got to do is have a central place to send them into, you know, electronically, of course, send them all in electronically. However, there may be some really old ones that you could send in by post, and then you have that for a set amount of time, and then you have a drawer. You check them all out. Oh look, Icelandair's 757 is. I just want to see if I can get some floofage off this Dreamliner. Nope. Right. 757, anyone? Dave Wheeler, yeah, we'll see that as well. The S7, remember the S7 737 freighter that was operating into London Heathrow. Of course, that was a Russian operator, wasn't it? No longer allowed to operate into the UK. APU firing up over there somewhere. Virgin 330. Long range. Les Donaldson going to Edinburgh to catch the Air China 330 arriving. Alison Thornett looking forward to Schiphol and Anchorage. Okay, when did we announce Schiphol? I think you might be a bit confused there, Alison. Philip Jones, the Americans complained about Concorde pollution. To be honest with you, no more pollution than what the old 747s and 777s and 767s and other aircraft were pumping out at that time. I mean, during Concorde's early days, you know, we still had old 727s and DC-9s, DC-8s, 707s, DC-10s, TriStars, God knows what else. Yeah, so I don't know. So I can't think that Concorde will have created any more pollution than a DC-8 707 or something. That's for sure. Matthew Bentley Air China now operating into Manchester. Edinburgh, sorry. Apologies. Say it again. Alison Robbins. Virgin Lady Stardust. Is that what this is coming out? Dave Beeler. Yes, they were 727s. Proper smokers, man. And 707s, flipping it. You can see their exhaust trail for about 10 minutes after they've taken off, like an old B-52. Oh, Schiphol's great, man. Love Schiphol. Showing us his belly, look. Of course, no flaperons on the 330. Everything's done using the ailerons, the outboard ailerons, much the same as the A350. You see the outboard aileron there is what is being used to steer the aircraft left and right. When I say left and right, the pitch. Still got the elevators in the upward position, but only ever so slightly. Only needs a minimal amount of angle on the elevators. Keep that thing in the climb position. Another one with big, huge, great big ailerons, man, is the A350. Oh, okay, got a big, pulled it a little bit there. What's that, GP? That's never going to happen, mate. Never going to happen. Yeah, the trouble with cleaning the Concorde is that not long after it's been cleaned, it gets dirty again because of all the grubbiness, all the grubby, you know, all the coke that's that's coming out of these. And also, don't forget, I know it sounds crazy, but imagine all the brake dust and all the debris that's coming out the from the wheel brakes as the aircraft are taking off. That's all floating down and loitering around and sort of like ending up on places like that Concorde, which is why it gets very grubby. And you can see the walls there, see all the grubbiness of them, and that is generally down to you know, oh god, what's this 330 coming out? The other one behind this. Interesting design differential between Boeing and their flaperon system compared to Airbus with their aileron. I think the A330, the A300, the original Airbus design had the flaperon, but they moved to just the aileron control surface to maneuver the aircraft, which is quite interesting. A380 over to the right of me has fired up his It's very kind of Ty Wiggins, gifting memberships to a whole flock of new viewers on Big Jet TV. They will be able to join us in Anchorage, of course. It's a whole different ball game when the cold weather comes, folks, because you get to see the aerodynamics working with all the condensation trails and all sorts of artistry, I would call it, coming off the aircraft from the wingtips. Over wing vortex, ingestion vortex as well, of course. Another Air India Dreamliner going out. Our good friend Nivedita, captain with Air India, one of the first female pilots on the 787 Dreamliner with Air India, and retired last year, I think it was, and we covered her retirement. She's still very active. Oh, here comes a 767-300. What's that? Blimey. Yeah. Home-built aircraft. Oh, that must be some kind of kit that he's yeah, yeah. Because that'll be belly freight as well, so. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, no, that will be done through a broker and everything, yeah. Yeah, those 767, can't call them a Smoky Joe anymore, really, can we? That's sort of like a, no. Jill Blakeney, Anchorage, it's not a 24-hour flight, but it is more or less a day of complete time from when I leave London Heathrow by the time I reach Anchorage, yes, because I have to go. In fact, this is a little bit easier this time because before we had like 2 connecting flights, whereas this time it's just a single flight. This looks like BEA. It is indeed. You're on a retro jet, folks. Here we go. Yeah, heading to Frankfurt and then flying Condor all the way to Anchorage on the. It's 767, isn't it? Or is it a 330? I can't remember. 767. Yeah. Might be the retro jet, folks. Also, one thing that we've that's sort of like, you know, just whilst discussing the whole US thing the other day was the fact that, of course, most of you folks in the UK, especially during the weekday, a lot of you folks are at work, so it's a little bit difficult for you to catch up live on the US show. So there's no real rush for me to get out there, of course, unless, of course, there's something amazing that's that we're waiting for, which we can catch. But it just means that, of course, it works well for all our friends in America, because let's face it, after all, we've got thousands of people who support us in America and elsewhere around the world on different time zones. So understandably, you know, there's no point in getting out there stupid o'clock because a lot of you folks are going to be at work. So it probably would be better to sort of like make it so that it's around about 5 p.m. in the UK, which would make it sort of round about what time in Anchorage? 9 a.m. in Anchorage, which kind of doesn't work for the folks in America. Yeah, probably, yeah. Well, we'll work it out anyway. I'm sure we'll work it out. Just scrub what I just said there, by the way, folks. It doesn't quite work for Anchorage. But we will have days. Don't forget, we've got what, 4 days of filming there, Julie, is it? Got 4 full days of filming there, so we're going to sort of like, you know, go at different times. We'll do some evening stuff there. Depending on how it all pans out, but of course going to be bringing you all the action from the different positions that we've got at Anchorage, but also to bear in mind that I am going to be speaking to my my good friend at Anchorage to see whether or not we can get on the roof of the terminal building once again. If we can, that has to go Freeview, and the reason I'm saying that is obviously they are bringing us in and allowing us in there. But that will only be one of the shows, and I'm sure you can understand it has to go Freeview because they want maximum views, basically, because we're promoting their airport. So that's why we do it. All the other ones will be full members only shows. What? We cleared this lot out. Yeah. I need some downtime at the end to, to try and acclimatise or get myself back. Now this could be a BA jet. Wayne Hartshaw, that's a very good point there. Could the smoky engines be more down to the winter temperatures than the warm summer temperatures? Yes, that's a good point. That because they're straining more, aren't they? Actually, no, it's the opposite way round. They're labouring more in the summer than they are, but with thinner air conditions than in the winter with thicker air, because they just ingest more air because the air is thicker on the ground, of course. But interesting. Maybe not so much, maybe the colder temperatures, not so much the thickness or thinness of the air, but the actual, the temperature of the air temperature would maybe enhance the smokiness of the engines. Something that we'll have to see. Wayne, remember you said that, my friend, and we'll see if that is if that is in fact true. I'm sure there is somewhere that will say it. I mean, I'm just thinking, in winter you do generally tend to see engine exhaust from cars smoking. When I say smoking, you see the hot air from the exhaust mixing with the cold air, creating that vapor that we see from exhausts during the winter months. So kind of makes sense. We'll have to wait and see. It's more of a sort of like burny, sort of like, black exhaust trail that Smokey Joe leaves. But yeah, I think that's a good point, a very valid point. Right, what have we got then? Because we have got 15 minutes left of this show. Robot can't wait to see, of course, MD-11s, folks. You're going to see all sorts of crazy freighter stuff at okay. Right, okay. Where is that now? Yeah, okay. We love the tiddlers, of course we do, but... oh, look, this is Festival of Creativity. Now, there's a workhorse if I ever saw one, this 777 that's lining up now. Mike Freeman, remember when Branson said you must have 4 engines across the Atlantic? Do you know what? That's a quote I've never heard before. But one which I'm guessing he was either wrongly advised, because let's face it, I don't think Branson was ever, I don't know, I might be completely wrong, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Branson was ever a AVGEEK or massively knowledgeable about planes. Obviously he's a very intelligent person and can very quickly learn like we can, However, he was maybe advised incorrectly to say that you can't fly the Atlantic without 4 engines, because that was obviously at a time when early in the early days when he had the 747s. I'm imagining, was that quote made when he only had 747s? Mike Freeman, evaporation white trails more in cold, but dark smoke would be no different. Yes, that's very true. There we go. No, it wouldn't be any different, because what we're looking at, obviously, the vapor trails is something that we see at cruise altitude, obviously, or you know, you see vapor on the wings, vapor on the wingtips, that sort of thing. That's compressed water particles, or compressed water droplets being squeezed so much that they become mist, creating vapor. But certainly not something that you will see. You will see a cold start on the Smoky Joe on the 767s 'When during winter. A lot you'll see them when they start the engines, because there's generally a little bit of unspent or unburnt oil in the combustor, which then, when they start the engine, that sort of like is blown out the back of the engine, is the best way to describe it, and that's what we see on the cold starts of the Smoky Joe, and something that you'll see in one of our legacy shows, I have no doubt. Okay, this is the proper old workhorse, festival of creativity. Beautiful old clip wing. Call it from now on. I'm going to call it that, the clip wing. What did they call the Spitfire that had the clip wing? One of the variants, Mark 23 or something crazy like that. Phil Eagle, I think the Branson 4-engine thing was more of a marketing thing, as BA had started to use the 777 extensively across the Atlantic, and Virgin were using the A340 and 747s. There we go. So yes, back in the time when before the Super Twins were really coming on stream. Well, I mean, the 777 was obviously a Super Twin, still is. But yes, I can understand him. What flight's he on, Gilly? Did you say United? Yeah, there he is. Is that him now? He said he didn't have a window seat, so he couldn't wave. Yeah. Mind you, it would have been a little bit difficult because it's a Dreamliner. Wouldn't be able to do the slidey window blind. But we would be able to get a... Yeah, by the time we get back to Anchorage, that moose and the mum moose, the mother moose and her calf, the calf will be quite well grown now. Still might be hanging out with its mother though. So who knows? Matthew Bentley, why do planes operate better at high altitude? Great question, Matthew. The air is thinner, therefore there's less strain on the engines. I mean, obviously, at high altitudes you can get a very severe headwind. Oh, look at the little Taro, look at him, look at him, he's a little plane. You will get operational, you know, you might get a very strong headwind, but then of course on the other end you might get a very strong tailwind, crossing continents and so on and so forth. But in general, I think I'm right in saying that the altitude, the higher the altitude, the thinner the air, therefore the less strain on the engines, because they work in cleaner conditions. I mean, obviously, as you can appreciate, you know, you need less. I mean, as you can appreciate, you know, these the engines are at most, they're at their highest strain. I guess is the best way to describe the you know, they're most at their highest there's more demand on the engines during takeoff and climb out. Once the aircraft is at cruise altitude, they can throttle back, or in fact, long before the aircraft's at cruise altitude. Slowly and incrementally, the engine power will be pulled back. So once the aircraft is at altitude, it'll be running at sort of 50%. Because let's face it, an aircraft is a very efficient wing, so therefore, once it's flying and it has forward motion from the engines, just keeping it in that window of operational efficiency is what the onboard flight computers do with the engine. So they will increase, decrease, whatever the engine, but it's something you very rarely hear when you're on board the aircraft. You do from time to time hear it. I've heard sometimes when we've battling with a very strong headwind, I've heard the engines pick up power sort of like mid-flight, and you can also feel a slight climb as well. It might be to avoid weather as well. You've got to consider those sorts of things, because you do get weather at high altitude, and of course CAT, a cat, not cats in gangs, but clear air turbulence, which is excuse me, generally caused by the jet streams and so on and so forth, or when you're flying over a large cell, wheelbarrow. How quiet that is, man. Not sure if when I'm not sure if when I'm not sure if when the 321 was originally conceived, whether it was thought upon as being a long-range aircraft, whether they felt that it had the capability. Maybe so with the newer engine option. Thinner air, less air resistance, yes, of course. Squirrel saying. Nicholas Gray, maximum dynamic pressure, love that. Nick Woodward, end of October, end of September is the Anchorage show. Is it the 20th, Julie, or 22nd or something? I'll fly out on the 18th, so round about the 20th, but we'll obviously give you dates before that. Paul Skilling, China Eastern 333 on its way out. That's the one we're looking at right now. I don't know anyone's birthday in my family. When is it? What, this coming Tuesday? Oh, blimey. Okay, I'll have to try and remember that. Good luck with that. Oh, Thea, love, there's Thea. Thea, thank you very much for your yeah, Thea, I've got to say thank you very much indeed for those, for the little package that you sent through. Really appreciate it. Pratt & Whitney. Oh, Rich Torb, RT, there he is. 321. When we originally got the planes in the US, struggled to make the West Coast, and they had to add extra fuel tanks, which is why it's such a pig, because they never changed the wing. Rich Torb. Love having Rich come in and say stuff. Wow. The flying baguette, as he calls it. Struggled to make the West Coast. Interesting. So they had to add extra fuel tanks, and those fuel tanks would have had to have been, so those aircraft would have had to be flown, I'm guessing, to Airbus somewhere to have those tanks as extra fuel tanks fitted. And of course, to add extra fuel tanks to an aircraft that was not designed to have extra fuel tanks fitted must have been a right technical challenge. Here's our man. What's that, GP? There you go, folks. Last departure of the day is one of our members. Great to see Rich Torb getting in on the chat as well. Love that. Thank you, Ty Wiggins, for gifting all those folks the membership. Luckily for them, they will be with us in Anchorage. And of course, don't forget, folks, like we said, that we maybe, I haven't confirmed with them yet, but I'm going to be contacting. I'll take this silly hat off now, can't I? Oh, don't need it on. It's not like it's. There we go. It's better. There we go. Hey, RT. It was. This was designed around your thinking, I think. Was it? It is. It is. It was because it says. Does it say Bigfoot on it? I can't remember. But we'll get that China Eastern. No. Okay. Rab H 321 is. I don't know if it's his favourite plane, but or is that just a bit of banter? I think because of course he used to fly the 330 right into here at London Heathrow, and in fact I think you'll find that on some, if not maybe more than once, we might get Rich Torb flying the 330 into London Heathrow on from back in the day, because I think back in 2018 he was still flying the 330s, I think. Thanks, folks. Rich Torb, on average, going from east to west, we can only get up to 30 to 32,000 feet without maximum to start, and maybe another 1,000 feet higher by the time we get out there. So that's interesting. So they're the original aircraft that they took delivery of, and I'm guessing that these are CEOs as well, Rich, would have had to have had extra fuel tanks fitted. Now, that would have possibly been. I can't imagine that they would be retrofitted fuel tanks inside the belly of the aircraft, in terms of, like, you know, as in the freight compartment area. Back in the day, they used to literally have tanks that they would fit and then pipe into that. Whether the 321 has or was designed with extra space for additional fuel tanks to be fitted, whether that was a foresight or forethought or whatever you call it, sorry, by the design team, I'm not sure. But anyway, great chat, great discussion. Love that kind of stuff, folks. I could talk engineering, technical, anything for hours on end. Yes, and look at the careful way in which Jilly had to Photoshop all around all the ancillaries and the leads and the hydraulic lines and all that kind of stuff. Folks, thank you so much. It's been a great day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. We will see you Wednesday, of course. Not sure where, not sure when, but I'm sure we'll meet again some sunny day. But yeah, look after yourselves. Be good to the animals, folks, and pot some, if you can, pot some stinging nettles out in your garden come springtime next year, so that the butterflies can lay their eggs on them. So it I don't know, it's just something I heard. Mind that. Maybe by a wheelbarrow. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, folks, and have a good start to your week if you're out east, and wherever else you are in the world, have a great time. Be safe, be sensible, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Take care now. See you later. Cheerio.